Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second International Conference on Advanced Information Technology and Communication, organized by Universitas Multidata Palembang, co-hosted by Universitas International Batam and Institute Technology and Business Asia Malang, and supported by Upul Conference. I'm Siti Alawiyah as the Master of Ceremony who will guide you along this conference. First of all, let us pray and pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing and mercy, we can come together without any obstacle with healthy condition in the seminar of the International Conference on Advanced Information Technology and Communication. In addition, let us greet and pray to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us to the path of light and left the darkness in this life. The Honorable Dr. Ruben NG, Professor Dr. Engineer Maulidi Heri Purnomo, Master Engineering, and Prof. Super Abdul Roja as our amazing keynote speaker today. The Honorable also Rector of Universitas Multidata Palembang, Pak Johannes Petrus, Eskom MTI, and all vice rectors, deans, vice deans, heads of all study programs. The Honorable Rector of Universitas International Batam as our co-host in this conference. The Honorable also Rector of Institute Technology and Business Asia Malang also as our co-host in this conference. The Honorable the Chairman of ICIEPC2, Pak Rizky also, and all participants and representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start this conference with reading the rundown of our conference today. The first singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, second reporting speech by the chairman of ICIEPC2, and welcoming speech by Rector of Universitas Multidata Palembang, represented by the Dean of Computer Science and Engineering Faculty. Fourth opening prayers, five seminars from our keynote speakers, and six photo sessions, this time and parallel session, and lastly, best paper announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start our conference today with singing the national anthem of Indonesia. For all the participants, we please you to have your best position from each of your place to sing Indonesia Raya as our national anthem. So we please you to have a seat. Thank you. The next is reporting speech by the chairman of ICIEPC2, Mr. Rizky. Pak Rizky, the time is yours.
Thank you, Siti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear distinguished guests, firstly, let's express our gratitude to God because of His blessing. We can gather here in good and healthy condition on international conference on Advanced Information Technology and Communication, or ICATC 2022. Virtually hosted by Universitas Multidata Palembang in collaboration with Goodwood Conference and Universitas Internasional Batam and Institut Teknologi dan Bisnis Asia Malang as the co-host. Secondly, in this lovely occasion, allow me to give report of this conference. This conference covers 4 topics under the theme Sustainable Development from Research to Innovation After Pandemic. There are around 14 countries this conference coming from Indonesia, Cambodia, Ghana, India, Malaysia, Morocco, Myanmar, Nepal, Nigeria, Pakistan, Philippines, Romania, Gambia, Uzbekistan, and Zambia with more than 500 participants. This conference aimed at facilitating and providing a forum for researchers, lecturers, teachers, and students in disseminating experience, new ideas, the result of their research and on information technology and communication, as well as discussing issues, challenges, opportunities, and practical solutions. Thank you for participating this conference. We have invited speaker and plenary speaker to share their thoughts in current issue. We invite keynote speaker Dr. Ruben Eng from National University of Singapore, Professor Dr. Insinyur Mauridi Heri Purnomo, Master of Engineering from Institut Teknologi 10 November, and Prof. Sukor Abdul Razak from University Teknologi Malaysia. Lastly, I would like to extend my gratitude to the team of Committee of International Conference on Advanced Information Technology and Communication, ACICT 2022. Thank you so much for the hard work, dedication, and support. Deep appreciation also sincerely goes to the Dean of Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science and Rector of Universitas Multidata Palembang for their endless support. May this conference bring fruitful discussion for all of us and the joy of meeting each other through the online platform. Happy conference and stay healthy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Pak Rizky. And now we're gonna hear speech from the Honorable Rector of Universitas Multidata Palembang, represented by the Dean of Computer Science and Engineering, Fakulty Bapak Dr. Wijang Widiarso M.Com. For Bapak Wijang, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Siti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here with us today. First and foremost, I would like to say a greeting to Honorable Dr. Ruben from National University of Singapore, Professor Mauridi Heri Purnomo from 10 November Institute of Technology, and Professor Sukor Abdul Razak from University Teknologi Malaysia. I also want to welcome our respected chairperson of the Palembang Multidata Foundation, Mr. James Alexander, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Vice Rector for Finance and Human Resources, Vice Rector for Student Affairs and Alumni, and Vice Rector for Corporation and Marketing, and Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Deputy Dean of Faculty of Computer Science and Engineering, Vice Dean of the Faculty Economic and Business, and Head of Program Study, Head of Institution and Units at the Multidata University Palembang. And lastly, the Honorable friend from Batam International University and the Asia Institute of Technology and Business Malang, the reviewer team, the committee, and the seminar participant. Welcome to the second international conference in Advanced Information and Technology Communication in collaboration with Goodwood Conference with the theme Sustainable Development from Research to Innovation After Pandemic. We choose the theme based on how change occur very quickly, especially when the pandemic hit us. So many innovation put in terms of policy and technology that have emerged as a reaction and effort to survive the situation and or even take the opportunity that arise because of the pandemic. Innovation and research, especially in the field of technology, continue to grow and has even changed our life. Which one different from before the pandemic, with both positive and negative impact. Today, researcher, lecturer, teacher, and student from 14 countries disseminates the idea, innovation, experience, and research result in order to provide scientific solution and good practices to make the world a better place. And we really appreciate that. Finally, our sanctuary thanks to entire committee, the viewer team, co-hosts, and all those who have supported this activity. My God bless for you all. I apologize if there are any mistakes that happen while we're doing this seminar, and I hope that we all can be happy and get the benefit that we want through from this seminar. Good luck for you for this seminar. And with that, on behalf of Rector, the seminar is officially open. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Such an incredible speech from our dean. Thank you, Pak Ujang. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the seminar, let us start this conference by praying first. So the conference today will run well without any obstacle at all. So Pak Dodi, the time is yours to lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, let us pray humbly according to our respective religions and allow me to guide it according to the guidance of the Islamic religion. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin, hamdan yu'afi ni'mahu wa yukafi'u mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi jalajikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma ya Allah ya Rabb. There are no words and feelings that we deserve to convey to you this morning, apart from our gratitude to you for all the blessings and guidance that you have given us, so that we can take part in the second international conference on advanced information technology and communication. For that, Ya Rab, make this activity an event that you are pleased with, that brings benefit to all of us. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, love us and give us help, strength, and ability to become human beings who are religion to you, and make this activity a useful activity for us in becoming knowledgeable human beings and strengthens the relationship between us. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, forgive us our sins, the sins of our parents, and the sins of our teacher and heroes who have gone before us. To you we worship, and to you we ask. Istajibu do'ana ya Allah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Kak Dodi. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we come into the main point, that is seminar from our amazing keynote speaker. And this seminar will be moderated by Pak Faris as the moderator. For Pak Faris, the stage is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for Siti as our master ceremony. Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Conference on Advanced Information Technology and Communication. It's really amazing because the participants are coming from many countries, from Cambodia, Ghana, India, Malaysia, Morocco, Myanmar, Nepal, Nigeria, Pakistan, Philippines, Romania, Gambia, Uzbekistan, Zambia, and some other countries may be not on my list. So really sorry about that. So ladies and gentlemen, hi everyone. My name is Ahmad Farisi. I am one of the lecturers here in the Universitas Multidata Palembang. Palembang is one of the city located on southern part of Sumatra in Indonesia. So if you come to Indonesia, come to Palembang. We have so many great culinaries here. I guess some of our friends from Malaysia, from Singapore, from Southeast Asia, they know about our famous food here, pempek. And absolutely our friends from other cities in Indonesia. So it's an honor for me to be the moderator of this amazing seminar, which will be delivered by our amazing keynote speakers today. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a very difficult 2 years since pandemic strike us on early 2020. So many sectors are affected because of this pandemic. The tourism sector, manufacturing sector, transportation, social, food sector, and of course, all of those sectors have a very big impact on our economical sectors. We can see so many things happened. So many people sick and died. Maybe one of them was our family. So many sadness. But today, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our head up high. We need to move on. We have to stand back. We must wake up and rise up. Although there were so many negative impacts, it still has so many positive sides. We can see about the acceleration of technology in most of developing countries, including us here in Indonesia. So many people were suddenly digitalized. So many researches were conducted to create much innovations in so many areas, in technology, education, health, economy, and others areas. So today we will talk about sustainable development from research to innovation after pandemic with our amazing keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, who are our speakers? As we know from our Master of Ceremony and our chairman in the beginning of this conference, I would like to invite them to come here in the middle of us. The first is Dr. Ruben Ng. Dr. Ruben, maybe he will come inside Zoom with us in a minute. The second is Prof. Shukor. Prof. Shukor Abdul Razak. Alhamdulillah, looks like Prof. Shukor is already here, right? Assalamualaikum, Prof. Shukor. Really glad to have you here in the middle of us. And also we have Prof. Harry. Prof. Harry also will come in the middle of us in a minute. So ladies and gentlemen, before we come to our seminar, let me show you first about who are our keynote speakers. So let me share my screen first. Wait a second. Okay. Here we are. Dr. Ruben Ng is an assistant professor at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy and lead scientist at Alloy Register Foundation Institute for Public Understanding of Risk, National University of Singapore. Dr. Ruben spent 16 years in government, consulting, and research. In government, he was in the Prime Minister's Office driving evidence-based policy making through data analytics of Singapore's Smart Nation strategies. So, Dr. Ruben Ng will be with us in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote speaker will be Prof. Shukor Abdul Razak. Prof. Shukor is an IT expert from University Technology Malaysia. His expertise are computer security, computer network, wireless sensor network, digital forensics, social network and trust, mobile ad hoc network, responsive web and mobile apps development. And Prof. Shukor got his PhD from computer science network security from University of Plymouth, UK in 2007. And until now, Prof. Shukor has published more than 50 researches. Also, he has been the speaker for IT conference like today with us. And Professor Dr. Insinyur Maulidi Heri Purnomo, Master of Engineering. Yeah, Prof. Heri, he is the senior member of IEEE. He received the BS degree from the Electrical Engineering from ITS, Institute Technology 10 November in Surabaya on 1984. The master degree in 1989. Wow, I was born on 1899. So it's been a long time. Welcome, Mr. Prof. Heri. And the PhD from the Electrical Engineering in Osaka City University, Japan in 1995. So Mr. Prof. Heri is a professor with the ITS and involved in teaching on research philosophy, artificial intelligence, neural network, and image processing. The research of Prof. Heri's interests include smart grid, renewable energy, artificial intelligence application on healthcare and power systems. And Prof. Heri is the chair of the IEEE Industrial Electronic Society Indonesia section. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we will invite the keynote speakers one by one. If you have question, please do not hesitate to put your question on the chatting area. After the keynote speaker delivering the seminar, we will come to the section of discussion with the keynote speaker. So our first keynote speaker, based on our schedule, it must be Dr. Ruben. But Dr. Ruben, for now, he informed to us will join us on 9:45 a.m. because he is still lecturing on Lee Kuan Yew University. And Prof. Heri also will come with us in a minute. So we will invite Prof. Shukor first. Hello, Prof. Shukor, are you there with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Alhamdulillah. How are you doing, Prof. Shukor?
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much. I'm fine, thank you.
Alhamdulillah, mashallah. It's really glad to have you here in the middle of us, Prof. Shukor. I still remember we met on University Technology Malaysia on 2010.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, about 12 years ago, mashallah. I was there on the program for one semester.
Exchange program, right? Yeah.
Yes. So we ever talk together, we ever meet together, and I ever join your class on digital forensic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So, Prof. Shukor, inshallah, maybe there will be another chance. I can come again to University Technology Malaysia, and if you come to Indonesia, don't forget to eat pempek in Palembang.
Inshallah.
Yeah. Okay, Prof. Now the stage is yours. You can deliver your presentation, and after that we will have some discussion with our participants, and after that we will come to the next keynote speaker. So the time is yours, Prof.
Thank you very much, Ahmad Farsi, for having me, everyone, in the International Conference on Advanced Information Technology and Communication, the second version of this conference. Well done for the organizer for having this beautiful and full of knowledge seminar and conference. As introduced, I'm Shukor Abdul Razak. Actually, I'm now on the secondment, not in UTM. I'm seconded to University Sultan Zainal Abidin in East Coast of Malaysia, in Terengganu, Malaysia. I'm actually at the moment the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, and on the 3 years secondment basis. But I'm glad to have everyone here delivering the speech on AR and VR privacy and security issues. So let me share my screen. Wait a second. Give me 1 minute. Ahmad Farsi, I'll join
Yes.
back. Okay.
Yes, no problem, Prof. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us wait in a minute because maybe Prof. Shukor are still preparing the presentation file. Looks like he will coming back again on our conference. So we also want to give some information to you that we are from Universitas Multidata Palembang as the organizer on this conference, the second international conference on advanced information technology and communication. And this conference is also co-hosted by Universitas Internasional Batam and Institute Technology and Business Asia Malang. And this conference is supported by Goodwood Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, at the time after our seminar, we will come to another section. Maybe some of you here are the presenters and some of you here are the participants. So on our parallel session after lunch today, you can join to our room. We have 4 rooms for these parallel sessions today. So, ladies and gentlemen, for you as the participants, you can feel free to come to each room. And for the presenters, you already have a note where your rooms are. We have 4 rooms, and this topic come with so many papers from the aspect of technology, and absolutely related on our theme. Welcome back, Prof. Shukor.
Yes, Ahmad Farsi. Sorry, I have to change a few settings.
Okay.
For my slide sharing, but now I'm ready to go.
Okay, Prof. Yes.
So can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it's really clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So I shall proceed, Ahmad Farsi.
Okay, time is yours, Prof.
Thank you very much. Okay, so as mentioned, today I'm going to share some information on AR and VR security and privacy risk. And AR and VR is augmented and virtual reality. I believe you all already know about this thing. So when we talk about immersive technology, this technology create distinct experience by merging a physical world and a virtual reality world. And an example of VR and AR technologies, as you can see on the screen, we have headgear, we have sensors, we have a camera, we have all those gadgets that can be used to represent ourselves in virtual world. And according to study, there are very huge potentials of AR and VR applications in the market. If you look into the consumer sectors, more than 18 billion US dollar is expected in terms of market size for AR and VR applications. And if you look at the enterprise and public sector, on the other hand, which include healthcare, engineering, retail, and education, it will actually surpass 16 billion US dollar market size in 2025. So what can we learn from this figure? So whether we like it or not, AR and VR is going to change how we communicate in virtual and in the real world. Okay, and if you look at the security aspects on this rising technology, okay, in enterprise and public sector, normally before we adopt certain technology, due diligence will be conducted to assess the security risk, okay, before we introduce to new applications, and this includes VR and AR, okay. But in consumer applications, on the other hand, those risks associated with any application introduced to the, for instance, in App Store or in the Google Play Store or in all online venue, is actually up to the consumer to assess the risk before they use the applications. Okay, it is up to the awareness of consumer to a certain degree, to a certain level, on whether those application is safe to be used, whether those application carries certain privacy or security risks or not. Okay, and it is common to understand that most of our users, including ourselves, for instance, do not have adequate awareness level on security privacy. Okay, and this is understandable because we are coming from different background and education level. Okay, and as said, the AR and VR has massive potential, but it also comes with a considerable risk for us to take care of before we venture into the usage of the applications. So we are all excited about the potential of market demand of AR and VR technologies, both at users as well as industry sectors. But it is also important for us to understand and to be aware of what are the potential risks associated with the AR and VR, especially when the risk will have an impact towards ourselves, our families, our friends in the long term. We will discuss how this effect can be long term in very soon. So before that, what are the AR and VR security requirements? Okay, similar to other technologies, AR and VR also need to fulfill basic security requirements such as confidentiality, integrity, and availability, the CIA. But in VR, when we talk about the confidentiality, confidentiality in AR or VR cover both secrecy and privacy in a different aspect or in different level. Okay, and in fact, confidentiality become the most important to be addressed in AR and VR compared to the other two, which is integrity and availability. So what is the difference between secrecy and privacy? Secrecy ensure that our data can only be seen by the authorized parties or users. So it is a secret information only person with a password or credentials could access to the information. But privacy, on the other hand, ensure that although the data can be accessed by the authorized user, but the data will remain anonymous. Okay, even though you have access to a certain record, but you cannot associate this data is belong to which person or which individual, because the data doesn't carry any indicators that can be associated with someone else. Okay, so why anonymity is very important in AR and VR? Okay, because without anonymity, people can profile someone. Okay, unauthorized profiling could be done, which could be harmful to a particular person. Okay, for a particular targeted groups of users. Okay, so let's look at the next example on why this anonymity is very important in AR and VR applications. Okay, let's consider this hypothetical situation. Sarah, for instance, a person downloaded a virtual reality game called MySpace. And in this VR game, Sarah could walk around her living room, solve puzzles, play games, visit different parts of the virtual house and such. And then Sarah also can play this game with her friends. Her friends were networked into the game, and she could interact with them as they were interacting in the real world by using gears, for instance, like Oculus or her iPad screen, camera, and such. Okay, so eye contact can be used, hand gestures, head movement up and down, or eye blinking and such. All those can be used to interact in these MySpace AR or VR applications. And in fact, Sarah also could, give a virtual high five, wave her hand and such using her iPad camera and sensors. Right. What Sarah didn't know that the game that she played recorded massive amount of her own biometrics or biological data. Her body movement, her head movement, her hand gestures, print of her palm, print, thumbs and such were all recorded. And she also didn't know that the developer, okay, that created the game had decided to sell the user's information to a third-party insurance company. Okay, and let's say recently, okay, Sarah applied for an insurance policy, and it turns out that her application was rejected by the insurance company. And the insurance company told that or disclosed that Sarah's applications to get insurance policy was turned down because of the game that she played supplied information to the insurance company, okay, that tell the insurance company that her behavior movement often seen among people with early stages of dementia. Okay, and to make things worse, Sarah's sister could not even play the VR game. Application for insurance policy also was rejected because dementia tends to run in families. So in this case, the application was rejected because of a captured behavior from different applications was used for the insurance company to as a basis to reject or to accept some application for insurance policy. Of course, this is just hypothetical situation, right? But the science of using movements tracked in VR to predict our dementia, to predict healthcare issues, to predict our next move of actions or behavior could be harmful. Okay, because if the data was not being used according or released without our consent. Okay, so why does such thing happen? At the moment, there are no standards. There are no standards or regulations as to how our data collected, used, or shared in a virtual world. And even though there is a standard over there, but there is always an ethical developer or makers or manufacturers or companies who will manipulate, who will misbehave and sell this information to third parties. We have seen this in many applications. The social network that we use track our interests in browsing, in mouse click, and sell those to third-party advertisers and such. Okay, so those are hypothetical situations, and as I said, VR health and AR application has been used in healthcare industries, and of course the usage is for the good purpose. Okay, we could use biometric data, our head, our torso, our hand and eye movement for early diagnosis of to predict depression, addictions, or autism spectrum disorder, and many other physical and cognitive functions of a patient. And this is very useful to detect disease that later can be intervened as early as possible. But the issue is that all those medically relevant data will be very dangerous if it is being used, okay, together with our user psychometric profile, which can be found in so many places online nowadays. Okay, of course, if it is being used unethically, because people can profile someone combined with behavior, biometric behavior, and then can be used for either harmful or unharmful, intention. So what are the issues with biometric data? Okay, first and foremost, we need to understand what is the definition of biometric data. Biometric data includes all personal data, okay, that is being processed related to physical or physiological or behavior characteristic of a person, which allow or confirm unique identity of a particular person. We can use facial images, hand gestures, or any fingerprints and thumbprints data. And as I said, okay, in AR and VR, this kind of data, biometric data, without, okay, maybe without we realize, have been captured by these applications and has been saved and stored in database of the developer or the provider of the applications, maybe without our consent, okay, without we agree for our data to be stored and saved, and perhaps later could be used to sell it to the third party. Okay, and those things are what we call as non-verbal data tracked in VR environment. Okay, and if this data was not handled properly, our privacy could be breached. Okay, without actually our consent. So what are the privacy issues concerning biometric data? As we already aware, most of technologies, okay, that we have nowadays are being rushed to the market. Okay, internet, for instance, IoT, for instance, was introduced to the market, rushly to introduced to the market, left the unattended security issues unaddressed. Okay, and these are also similar to AR and VR. Okay, developer or makers or manufacturers, they are competing with each others to introduce new technologies to the market, and often the security issues are left behind unattended. And when incident happens, we try to mitigate the impact. But when we talk about privacy of biometric data, mitigating the impact of such data after the data was exposed to the hackers is actually already too late. Okay, why? We will come later on. Okay, but this is just an example of AR and VR are being hacked. Okay, similar to other application, it is also vulnerable to be hacked. Okay, by hackers. And then we are talking about traditional attacks, like information is being accessed by hackers, whether on transfer, during transfer from one application to another, or data at rest at a server or database. Okay, and those are traditional attacks, which applicable also to AR and VR. Okay. Okay, let's look into a very specific case. For instance, a Facebook case. Okay, Facebook has actually acquired Oculus. Okay, and has actually announced that Facebook user can use can log in to use Oculus with their own Facebook account. Okay, and of course we are talking about two manufacturers merge and use each other technology for a better user experience. But of course, with this merging of Facebook and Oculus, also come together two two separate security risks from these two giants, from these two companies. Okay, so Oculus was acquired by Facebook in 2014, and Facebook announced that all their users, okay, all the Facebook users can use Oculus based on by logging to a Facebook account. Okay, what does it mean? When Facebook acquired Oculus, okay, and Facebook requires real name policy, meaning that owners of the Facebook account must use their authentic identity, their real name, to use Facebook. It definitely contradict to the purpose of virtual world. In virtual world, normally people will use different identity, okay, not associated with their own real identity. And when these two things merge, okay, Oculus owners can no longer freely use Oculus, okay, anonymously, okay, because they have to use Facebook real name to log in to use Oculus. And we know that Facebook has so many incidents reported, that Facebook collected our data, okay, and then used our data for advertisements, for a lot of other purpose that might not actually we aware of, the usage of our data. Okay, and but by having this situation, our biometric data now has been exposed to advertisers, to third party, for instance, like the hypothetical case just now, to the insurance companies without our consent. Okay, and the threat to our privacy does not stop here. Okay, AR and VR also packed with cameras, microphones, and sensors for us to interact with the real world. And as we know, these sensors, okay, capture our environment, capture our our background information without we realize when we online. Okay, and in this case, even let's say we do not have our social media account, we do not use Oculus, we do not use VR and AR technologies, but if it happens we are at the background of someone using AR and VR, our identity also could be exposed, our behavior also could be exposed, because it could be tracked by the person devices. Okay, when using the device, it could also track the background environment, okay, which you shouldn't be tracked in the first place. Okay, so how do we address these privacy issues in AR? This is some recommendations. Okay, it is important for us to address the privacy issues now while the industry is still in infancy. We must not wait until the industry has matured, then we address privacy issues. We must address at the beginning, at the early stage of the development, okay, before it mature. Okay, and then developers need to be critical of the technology and ensure that data that collected or stored or shared are secure and transparent. Researchers also must always emphasize on security issues for the best interest of the user, not the interest of the companies. Okay, the interest of the user in terms of the privacy must be the top priority. And by default, only data necessary for the applications to function should be collected, not every data. For instance, I mentioned just now, the background information of a particular user online in AR and VR game, for instance, must not be collected, okay, must not be stored, because there is no consent from the users that we collected their behavior at the background, okay, for their data to be saved and stored in our server or in our database. Okay, and any collection of user information, okay, must not be given to third parties without users' consent. So this is pretty much, okay, relying on the manufacturer, the makers, the developer behavior on how they handle the user data. Okay, privacy also must be the default on all devices, but not an option. Okay, when we go to online social media, for instance, the developer must make sure that privacy by default is on. Okay, it's not that user must go to the settings and enable the privacy options. Privacy option must be set default as active. Okay, and industry leaders also need to commit to the principle of privacy by design. Okay, security, transparency, and data minimization. Not privacy after the design has completed. Okay, the privacy must be at the design stage. Right, and then we also need to limit the collection of biometric data from AR and VR devices. Okay, and then explicit communication on how the data is being used also must be made aware to the users, or whether our data is being captured but not stored, or our data is being captured and stored and shared between various applications. All those things need to be transparent in a plain and clear language, not just in a small print of term and conditions, and the user are forced to accept those term and condition before they can use the application. Okay, and as a summary, what are the worrying facts about the biometric data? Okay, what makes the collection of biometric data particularly is very frightening is because, unlike credit card or password that we can change, okay, biometric data, once exposed to hackers or to attackers, it cannot be changed. We can't simply change our thumbprint, right? Because this is unique to ourselves. But that's why protecting the biometric traits in the first place is very important. Okay. And how could we protect biometric data? We could use templates instead of using actual thumbprint as a key to use application. We could create variants from the thumbprints as the master key. We could create several other keys represented by this master key, and then use those child keys, okay, to represent ourselves. In this case, if those child keys is exposed, we can always discard those keys and regenerate several other child keys from this master biometrics, keys. So, in my research groups, what we are doing in protecting biometric traits is to use, algorithms and mechanisms on how can we protect our master biometric traits, okay, by creating those templates, okay, that that if compromised can be discarded, can be reproduced and such. Okay, and then currently we're using a technique implementing fuzzy against our palm vein, okay, to be used as biometric crypto system for authentication, authorizations, and also to protect our privacy, okay, and to preserve anonymity for online presence. So with that, I think that's all my sharing, and I hand over back to the master of the sessions, and I also welcome questions from the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Shukor. It's really amazing seminar, and so many things I just already knew from your presentation, Prof. VR and AR on the for us now, it looks like something very what do we call that? Very cool. Something which have so many advantages, but in the other side, it has so many risks. Without any knowledge from the user, it can capture everything, massive amount of data like body movement and anything could be recorded. So I remember about one statement. Do you agree with this statement, Prof? Comfortability will never secure you, and security will never comfort you.
Of course, we have to trade off between these two, comfortability and security, right?
Yeah. It will never coming
Come
together.
together, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Syukur. So now we are coming to the second keynote speaker first, and our discussion will be conducted after all three speakers already delivered the seminar. So, Prof. Syukur, thank you very much one more time. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to give a very big applause for Prof. Syukur from each of our place. Thank you very much, Prof. Syukur. Now we are coming to the second keynote speakers, and Dr. Ruben is already here with us. I invite Dr. Ruben to be here with us in the middle of us. Hello, Dr. Ruben, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. Good morning so much, Ahmad.
Yeah.
Happy to begin and share my slides.
Yeah, thank you very much for being with us, Dr. Ruben. So, how are you, and how about there in Singapore?
Oh, good. Everything is good. I actually recently had my fourth child, so things are a bit crazy at home, but otherwise,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
And the borders are opening up, so come visit us anytime.
Right. So hopefully we can come to Singapore too. First come to Singapore or Malaysia, Singapore, because it's really close by, right? Yeah, so we can meet Dr. Ruben, and we can meet also with Prof. Syukur. So, Dr. Ruben, now the time is yours. You can have your presentation for this seminar today.
Thank you so much, Ahmad. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. So good morning again to all of you. Assalamualaikum. My name is Ruben Ng. As you can see here, my surname or family name, NG, has no vowels. So when I spent some years overseas in the US and UK, people thought NG was an abbreviation for no good. But I told them, no, it's not no good. It's nice guy. So as Ahmad has mentioned, I'm from Singapore. So just a quick introduction about Singapore if you have not had a chance to visit. Singapore has actually 4 seasons: early summer, midsummer, late summer, and summer. So every day is hot and sweltering. But I think Singapore has 2 seasons, indoor and outdoor. Because indoor, the air condition is so cold, outside is so hot. So I think it's 2 seasons. Anyway, there's no good time to visit Singapore, but there's also no better time. So please come anytime. Our economy needs you. I'm a behavioral scientist by training, behavior and data scientist by training, but a very undisciplined behavioral scientist because I've applied behavioral science in many different areas. I first started out my career in the US doing research, and I came back to Singapore. I did data and AI consulting, and I joined the Singapore government for a while. And I'm now teaching at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. So this is a roundabout way to say that I'm a job hopper. In my generation, job hopping is no good. It's scorned upon. But in my students' generation now, who are 20, 25 years younger, this is known as job sampling, and it's celebrated. So it's indeed a very different world. So I really enjoyed the very important and illuminating presentation by Prof. Syukur, who talked a lot about the security issues, who talked about the ethical issues behind it. I learned a lot. My presentation would focus on more the implementation of data analytics and AI. So to date, I have maybe implemented or I've done over 100 data analytics and AI projects for organizations. Some have succeeded, others have failed. So today it's really an honest reflection on what I have learned from doing the projects that succeeded and failed, and share with you some of these learning points in the hope that you will take some of these learning points and accelerate your own AI and data analytics learning and journey. Okay, so to begin on this idea of implementation, let me just share with you a quick story. Most of us would know Target. This is quite an infamous story now. One of the lesser known facts about Target is that many years ago, they were one of the earliest users of data analytics and AI for targeted marketing. So many years ago, this guy in the Midwest of the US opened his mailbox and he found a booklet of coupons that were addressed to his daughter. So out of curiosity, he flipped through the booklet of coupons and he got really angry because his daughter is only 16 years old and Target was selling her pregnancy-related products. So out of anger, he called the Target hotline to say, "Hey, Target, what's going on? My daughter is only 16 years old. Why are you selling her pregnancy-related products?" So the Target manager on the other side of the line got taken aback. He was a little bit sheepish and he says, Sir, let me find out what's going on. Let me call you back in 3 business days." In a day's time, the Target manager called the father. Before the Target manager could say anything, the father said, "I guess Target knew something I didn't know. Apparently, his 16-year-old daughter was pregnant. Target knew, but the father didn't know about that." Right? How is that possible? So because this was big news at the time in the US, everybody started guessing. And some people said that, oh, maybe Target knew because the daughter was having a relationship with somebody in Target. But that's not true, right? Investigative journalists found out that's not true. It was actually Target was so good at linking different sets of data about a particular person. They linked offline data, such as what you buy in the supermarket, what you're looking at. So they have all this eyeball tracking stuff. Where do you go in the supermarket aisle? That's offline data. Online data, I understand, in the US, if you're 16 years old and above, you're encouraged to have a supermarket card, right? So 16 years old and above. In Singapore, it's slightly different. Singapore is one family, one card. Down there, it's one person, one card. So she probably went home to the Target website, logged in with her username and password, and they were able to link the offline and online data. So from a science of analytics perspective, the scientific part of analytics perspective, that's the power. The power lies in linking offline and online data to so accurately guess what life stage a person is at. But from the art of implementation perspective, there's consensus now that it was poorly done. It led to a lot of backlash. People began to be really suspicious of Target. That's why I was really, what Prof. Shoker mentioned in his important lecture just now is really significant about the dangers of using biometric data. If you use biometric data, you cannot change, right? You cannot change your thumbprint and things like that. But if you use a password, at least you can change it, right? So I think it's getting a little bit more, it's getting quite serious if companies are locking in biometric data. So that's a point I wanted to connect with Prof. Shuker's important presentation. But here I just wanted to highlight an important point, and that's a limitation of data analytics and AI. And the limitation is this. Data analytics allows us, it gives us insights, but it doesn't tell us what to do. Specifically for Target, it told them what coupons to present, but not how to present it. So later on, that they realized that the insights that we get from data, there's always a gap when it comes to the action. What can we do with it? So they realized that this insight to action gap needs to be closed with other skill sets and tools like behavioral insights, psychology, and design thinking. They started hiring, Target started hiring people doing behavioral science, behavioral insights. And behavioral insights and psychologists found out for them that if you present 100% relevant coupons to people, people feel targeted, they are not going to buy. What works is if you put in non-relevant or rubbish coupons in between relevant ones, people don't feel targeted, they end up buying. Behavioral insights also found out for us that, every time you visit a supermarket, there's always this aisle where they mark down the price or it sales, right? So it's actually very cheap. Behavioral insights professionals found out for us that if the shelves are very messy, people tend to perceive it's very cheap and people buy more. Okay, so I just wanted to highlight this really important thing, that data analytics and AI, it's only the first part of the value chain. It gives us good insights, but it doesn't tell us what to do. We need other tools like behavioral insights and design thinking to help us find out what exactly to do. We need this so that it will lead to better implementation. Okay, as mentioned, I've done a lot of projects. Some have succeeded, some have failed. I want to share with you three learning points, okay, of what I've learned from some of these projects. The first is that the art of implementation, a project last mile, is really critical to success. The problem is that people don't really think of implementation and security at the very start. They always think about it as an afterthought, right? As Prof. Shoker mentioned, you know, we are all rushing to get the product to market. So we don't think about the implementation in an organization, right? Sometimes in a government or in an organization, we are rushing towards a prototype, but we don't think about actually how it's going to be used. So I want to underscore here that implementation must be thought about at the very start and not just at the very end. I'll share with you one case study that I worked on. This was inventory optimization. So the idea behind inventory optimization is quite a simple one. How much to buy, how long to keep in the warehouse, and when should it leave the warehouse. When we did this inventory optimization exercise, we found out that if we optimize 3 items on the inventory, it actually saves this organization $250,000 every month, leading to over $2 million of savings a year. We were so excited, right? It's seldom that we find that there'll be so much savings, right, after we do a project. So very excitedly, we share about the results of this project with our client, right, with our project manager on the other side, which is a government agency. So they were also very excited, but in the end, the project was never implemented. Never implemented. Something that saves over $2 million of savings a year was not implemented. I was heartbroken, right? My boss will get paid, right, because the project is done. But I'm heartbroken because if we can save over $2 million of public money, of taxpayers' money, I think we should do it. So I went to find out from the project manager on the other side, why would a project that would save a lot of money not be implemented? So he shared with me quite honestly that because he's really worried, he dare not actually go to his boss to talk about this project. I asked him why. He says, he's imagining this conversation he will have with his boss, right? If he goes to his boss and then he says, hey boss, let's implement this project, it will save us $250,000 every month. Then he's imagining the boss may ask him, how long have you been on your job? Then he will say, 2 years, sir. And in his thinking, his boss may say to him, 2 years, 24 months, does that mean you have lost the organization, lost the government, $250,000 every month for the past 24 months? Right? This goes to show the culture of the organization. So when I heard about this, I thought I needed to have a conversation with his boss, the CEO. So I went and said, look, sir, this inventory optimization solution is possible now. It's not possible 2 years ago. It's possible now because you've done all your data management, data warehousing, data lake, you have digitized your data and so on. That's why it's possible now. It's not possible 2 years ago. So instead of punishing backwards, please reward forward. So fortunately, the boss saw my point of view, and he actually promoted this guy, this project manager who was having cold feet, who dare not tell his boss about this solution, 2 levels up from project manager to associate director. After that, the most amazing thing happened. All his colleagues started asking him, hey, what did you do to get promoted so quickly? From that day onwards, every project manager working in the company, in that organization, wanted to do data analytics. From that day on, analytics took root within that organization. So this goes to show getting the analytics models right, making it very accurate, showing how much money it can save. It's not good enough. We still need to change the processes. We still need to change the culture. We still need to make sure the boss, the senior management, is convinced. Right? So this is what I call the art of analytics that is very critical when it comes to implementation. You know, when I reflect on the projects that didn't succeed so well, I think there are some common factors. The first is most organizations and governments around the world, they will bring in very good technology, whether it's the AI or data analytics, but they don't change the process. In this inventory optimization case, the old way of doing inventory may be 10 steps. Now with this new way, it may only require 3 steps. But if you don't change the process, people will still use the old thing and not use the new analytics solution. So every time when we do data analytics, we need to be careful to also do business process reengineering, or BPR, so that you have new processes for new technologies. That's the first point. The second point is, I remember recently I was called in by a government in Central Asia. The pain point shared with me was that they have not been able to digitize their mining industry for 5 to 10 years. They've been trying for a long time. So this was presented to me as a data issue, right? As a digitization or technology issue. We just need to put in technology solutions. They haven't been able to do that for the past 5 to 10 years. So I had more conversations with them, and I found out that actually it's not about data or digitization. The reason why they didn't want to digitalize the entire mining process, the policies, it was because of corruption. Because if you digitalize everything, everything becomes transparent. How to be corrupt, right? So the ministerial level are all of the older generation. The vice ministers are all younger. So the vice ministers want to digitize. So there is this intergenerational conflict as well. So what I'm trying to say is that sometimes when the project presents itself as a data problem or digitalization problem or technology problem, oftentimes we want to think about it as an iceberg. On the surface, it could be about data, but underlying the surface that you don't see is about politics, culture, it's about corruption, right? About all different things. So that is why it's very important when we do projects like this to really go on site, to speak to people, to sense what is not said, and to read in between the lines. It's very hard to do these things remotely. So once we diagnose what the real issues are, we need to tackle that. Then digitization, technology, master planning, data for the mining industry can proceed. Just one more story. Recently, I was asked by a CEO of a nursing home. Singapore, as you know, is an aging society, right? So in 5 years' time, we'll be super aged. That means 1 in 5 people in Singapore will be 65 years and above. That's super aged status, and we will be joining the ranks of South Korea and Japan, who are also super aged. So nursing homes, home care is really, really important. So this nursing home CEO called me to see to give an appraisal, whether they should move on to the second generation when it comes to their data management systems. So the first thing I did when I visited the nursing home was to say, okay, can you tell me in your data management system, what are the variables that you have and how much of it is missing? How much data is missing? So to my surprise, they told me actually 80% of the data are missing. Okay, so you have a big system, but 80% of the data are missing, right? So people are actually not putting in the data inside. And they are thinking whether they should upgrade the system, right? It will spend maybe about $500,000 to upgrade the system. So when I heard about that, I told them that, look, what you need is not better data technologies, but better data management system, better data management. You need to get the people to key in the data. You can't have 80% missing data, right? So you need to change the process. And I found out why, because doctors and nurses in a nursing home are so busy. They have no time to key in data, absolutely no time. Where are all the data about patients? They are mainly in PowerPoint slides or iPads, right? So it is better to take that $500,000 to sort out these processes, maybe hire a data team to put in the data into the system, rather than to upgrade a system where nobody would use. Okay, so it's really important. I just wanted to highlight really important points that it's really about implementation. And that's something we want to think about at the very start, not just as an afterthought. Okay, maybe can I check with you, Ahmad, how much time do I have? I just want to make sure I'm on time so that I won't delay the next speaker.
Yeah, you're still on your time, Prof.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to share the second lesson that I've learned after doing projects that succeeded and failed, is that analytics really can transform an entire organization. I'll share with you 2 examples for the financial industry, and this is about ATMs. So this was the regional bank based in Singapore. They were having a lot of customer complaints because customers complain that there are no receipts and there are no $50 notes, for example. And it's costing them a lot because every time they get a customer complaint, they'll send in a team to do maintenance on the ATM machine. And every team that goes down to repair the machine, you need an auxiliary police team. And each trip to repair one machine cost about $1,000 US. Okay, very expensive. This was a couple of years ago, pre-COVID. With inflation, it's probably higher now, maybe 1,200 or 300 US dollars to repair just one machine. So when we were called in, we did some analytics and we found out that if we can predict when the machines fail and send in the maintenance team before it fails, theoretically it won't fail, right? This is known as predictive maintenance. Okay, so how did we help them save money? Now in the old times when they send a team one trip, one machine, now each trip we tell them, okay, please also repair these 5 to 10 other machines, leading to significant savings. Another case study from a transformation perspective, these are checks. I know most countries have phased out checks, but Singapore, we still write a lot of checks, right? Then you can cash the checks, you get money and so on. So this other regional bank based in Singapore receives about 200,000 checks a day. And they have to verify 10% of these checks. So how do they select what checks to verify? They select based on random, right? It's kind of tikam, right? Or maybe I select every 10 checks. That's one way. The other way is they will select checks that are of a certain value. If it's above a certain amount, they will verify it. But if you're a fraudster, you might know what the amount is and you will come in maybe $9 lesser, right? So some of these checks that are fraudulent or non-compliant are cashed at the bank's expense without being verified, leading to significant losses. So when we came into this project, we started to run some models, some risk models to see whether we can find the attributes of fraudulent or non-compliant checks. So we managed to do that, create an algorithm. So now all the checks that come into the bank are ranked based on risk. So if you have to verify 10% of the checks, instead of choosing 10% of checks at random, they now verify 10% of the most risky checks. Okay. The other thing we did for them is a check forecasting model. So we can forecast every day for the next 14 days how many checks the bank would receive. Because on certain days, by 10 a.m. in the morning, when they already receive 200,000 checks, which means by noon, 12 noon, they might receive about 300,000 checks. It is really crazy because they will tell their colleagues, hey, please stop your work and come and help me verify. So it's very, very messy, right? The backroom operations. Now everything is very calm. So now they have two verification teams. They have restructured their workforce into the primary verification team and a part-time verification team. So next Tuesday, if the forecasting model tells me instead of 200,000 checks, I'm getting a spike, I'm going to get 300,000 checks, then in advance, I'll activate my part-time verification team. So can you see a model on risk, on check fraud, has really transformed the way they did workforce management. So that's the power of analytics when we think beyond just the scope of what we are doing. So that's the second lesson I wanted to highlight. The third and final lesson I'd like to highlight is, as I alluded to the target example, let's not be too siloed in our techniques, right? Even though data analytics, AI, very important, but let's not be too narrow when it comes to using it. We also want to combine it with other tools along the value chain, like behavioral insights and or design thinking. And the best use case I've seen of how they did it so well was actually the Obama re-election in 2012. You may have heard or read news at that time how Obama built a very good data team that did very well in terms of getting donations to help him win his re-election in 2012. Let me share with you the inside story. The Obama data team, had many arguments, right? What sort of poster should we present? Should we present a poster of Barack alone or Michelle and Barack on the same poster, right? So examples like this. So, but if you think about it, all these opinions are hypotheses that should be tested. Unless we test it, we don't know, right? So the data team had a very simple 3-step process: hypothesize, test, and use the best. Very simple. Hypothesize, test, and use the best. So in the testing, they found out that actually people prefer if the poster consists of Barack and his wife, Michelle, but not everyone. Certain segments do prefer that Barack is alone, right? Because I'm electing the president, I'm not electing for his wife, right? So some people, right, smaller segments do prefer that, but unless we test it, we don't know. One of the ways to solicit political donations in the US is still through sending out emails. So everybody would have their own opinion, right? Oh, we should send, we should write it this way, we should write that way. So in every election cycle, they will have to send out maybe hundreds of millions of emails. So in one instance, there were 5 million emails that we needed to send out, right? So we said, let's take 1 million out for testing first. Okay. Version 1 of the email, let's send to 100,000 people. Version 2, another 100,000 people. Version 3, another 100,000 people. Then we wait to see which version got the most donations. Then we send the best version to everyone. Okay, again, a very simple 3-step process: hypothesize, test, and use the best. This is what they found. Okay, notice what didn't do so well. It was my opponent. Okay, this was a very different political climate. Okay, 2011, 2010, and 2009. If you consistently criticize or flame your opponent, people don't really like it. Today, it is so different, such a different political climate. What was mediocre, on average, so-so, midnight deadline? Oh, please donate to me by midnight. I have a certain goal to meet. Okay, so that's average. What worked really well was personalization, right? You personalize the email. You address the person by name and so on. Let's look at it concretely in numbers. If you send the worst, constantly criticizing your opponent, you take in about $1.5 million US. Average midnight deadline, that's about $2 million. And if you personalize it, right person's name and so on, it brought in almost $4 million US, and that's 1.5 million in additional revenue between sending the best and sending the average. So I like this particular quote from this Obama volunteer. She said she was asked to keep 2 doors. One was an undecided voter, and she knew exactly what to say. The other was an absentee ballot, and she was told to make sure they filled it out and return it. So this really encompasses the whole election analytics value chain, right, in the US. It starts with how does the volunteer know which door to knock on, right? And that's data analytics. You know, with data analytics, they are able to pinpoint who exactly is an undecided voter. How did this volunteer know exactly what to say? That's behavioral insights, message framing. How do we frame the messages so that you will get people out to vote? But this also goes to show that data analytics and behavioral insights is not good enough. It's only the first part of the value chain. You still need your volunteers to knock on doors. You still need people to come out to vote, right? So analytics alone is not good enough. It's only the initial part of the value chain. You need everything else. People to knock on doors, volunteers to knock on doors, and people to come out to vote. Okay, she went on to say on the other side of the street, the Romney campaign was knocking on every single door. Most of the people weren't home, and most of the people that were home were really supporting Barack Obama. She looked at me and said, "You're using my time wisely. That's what data can do." Okay, so the Obama re-election campaign in 2012 was one of the best use cases I've seen on how a team brought together data analytics, behavioral insights, and design thinking for successful implementation. So this is my last slide now, just to summarize. What have I learned from doing over 100 data analytics and AI projects? The first learning point for me is implementation is really important. If we don't get the implementation right, no matter how fancy, how accurate your data model is, it's just going to be useless. But often, people think about implementation only as an afterthought. Like what Prof. Shuker said, right? Security is always an afterthought. So we should think about security as a default. Similarly, in this case, we also want to think about implementation at the very start, as a default, not just as an afterthought. Number 2, analytics could transform an entire organization. Think about analytics beyond just the scope of the project that you are doing. Number 3, and very importantly, we try to blend different techniques together: data, behavioral insights, and design thinking. With that, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Ruben. Wow, what an amazing presentation. So data analytics is coming to various aspects today, from inventory banking until the politics, like you told us. I highlight in the end of your point, implementation is really important, right, Dr. Ruben? So thank you, Doctor, for delivering your amazing presentation for us today. Please kindly wait for a minute. We will come to our third keynote speaker. And after that, we will have discussions with our participants today. So, ladies and gentlemen, from each of our place, let's have a big applause for Dr. Ruben. Thank you very much, Dr. Ruben. Yeah, hopefully we can have another discussion offline in Singapore, in Malaysia, or in Indonesia, especially in Palembang. Thank you one more time, Dr. Ruben. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to our third keynote speaker today. We are inviting Professor Dr. Insinyur Mauridi Heri Purnama, Master of Engineering, to come here in the middle of us. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Heri.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Heri, for being with us today. Prof. Heri, I still remember you ever came to Palembang at the time Universitas Multidata Palembang still in Sekolah Tinggi STM IKM DP, and we were the host of robotic contest, right, sir?
Maybe 5 years ago, yeah.
Yeah. So we can't see your face, Prof.
Oh.
Yeah, looks like
enggak sinarnya kena ini, Pak.
Oh yeah. Yeah, your face is combined with the background.
Dengan backgroundnya jadi itu loh, Pak.
Oh iya. Atau boleh di nonaktifkan backgroundnya, nggak apa-apa, Prof. You can turn off the background so we can see you. It's quite clear, Prof.
Sudah bisa.
It's still change your change you into the background, Prof. Really sorry. Mungkin nggak apa-apa, Prof. Kalau iya, kalau dimatikan backgroundnya nggak apa-apa, Prof. So we can see you here. This is clear, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Heri. So
ya.
no problem, Prof. So Prof. Heri, I was one of the committee in football robotic contest at that time when robotic contest was held here in Palembang, hosted by our university. That was my first time met you, and you give us compliment. You said to us, "Oh, the committee come earlier from the judges and the participants." So welcome back, Prof. Heri, with us in Universitas Multidata Palembang. Now the time is yours, Prof, to deliver the presentation today for this conference.
Hey, thank you very much, Pak Ahmad.
You're welcome, Prof.
Okay, good morning, all of you. Sorry, it's a little bit problem about our laptop. Okay, can you see? I have shared the PowerPoint?
Yes, Prof. Clear, Prof.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, I was about what the title for the pandemic era. So I find the positive side of pandemic as the source of our innovation. Actually, I have a project actually for 3 years, and then this year's 30 years. The first, yeah, about the COVID, but we have a consortium in pandemic era. We have we call Center of Excellence in AI for health. I got the fund from the Ministry of Education, and for this case, I got fund from the IEEE. Not so much, but I think we can share for the innovation. So shall we continue with the video? This is our member of lab. This is the campus of ITS. We collaborate with we call Muhammadiyah University in Malang.
During pandemic situations since early 2020, there is a need for ER and supporting facilities such as ambulance transportation, rapid handling on ER and bed. Increase 1,944 patients in positive COVID-19 in New York City, Malang, based on data on February 18, 2021. Reported, there are 20 reports indicating patient queues on the onway headed by a paramedic. Hospital located on the border of Malang University and Malang City, appointed by local government to serve COVID-19 patients. Due to the increasing number of cases of COVID-19 resulting, there is few patients in emergency room. However, each patient may handle quickly. The hospital is equipped with 6 emergency ambulances and several non-emergency ambulances. Due to the limited number of ambulances, while many patients to handle, UMM hospitals need a solution to increase ambulance capability. We decide a portable which is called PPM. Device will be equipped in the ambulance that provide basic information. Compact size, PPMS is easy to move to another room.
Okay, shall we continue? Actually, the situation during pandemic, there are a lot of problems. At first, the pandemic situation resulted increase in demand for various needs-related facilities. And then also for the emergency room, such as support facilities and so on. And then similarly, we need for handling ER for demand quickly, as well as the data in Malang area that we have seen on the video. The patient about 5,944, and then for that purpose, every day at that time, yeah, about 10 to 40 patient queuing in the ER waiting for a long time. So we think about that. This queue can cause by the capacity of the space as well as facility needed for provide initial condition of the patient. So the number tool of paramedic available in there, we want to treat them for the patient for initially condition that sent from the ambulance to the hospital. So this is the first alternative we have done to reduce initial handling queue. And then we have done, we call PPMS, monitoring patient. And then this device from the funding IEEE, we built about 3 equipment, and then I sent to Muhammadiyah Malang Hospital, and also actually I was sick. Yeah, I'm a patient of the, we call Brimob in Porong, in small hospital in Porong. So I sent one equipment to that hospital, and also I gave to the ITS, the small hospital in ITS. This PPMS actually not very expensive, not very complex. This the simple one we can help to the hospital, and this equipped in ambulance. And also this device, there are at first 3 record patient condition, such as the, how to say, pulse of pulse rate, and also the condition of the breath. This is very important, and we send to the hospital that condition during traveling from the house to the hospital by ambulance. And then I got this project focused on COVID-19 response. Yeah, during 6 months, the grant about $5,000 US. Actually, the first, the only application of the COVID-19 response. And then we continue with the PPMS. So the portable patient monitoring system for COVID patient, really the activity collaborate between ITS and hospital. We don't have hospital in ITS, so we collaborate with Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. And then we also need because IEEE need for the government or NGO, various research and public policy. So we get collaboration there. And also this project providing access site team, emergency ambulance, and the emergency room of the hospital. So the condition, such like in this block diagram, the hospital already equipped with the limited emergency ambulance and several non-emergency ambulance, and then continue with the condition, the limitation of ambulance, while there are many patients, to handle the patient, so the hospital needs solution to increase ambulance capability. So we have talked about the system, about the PPMS. The PPMS is designed compact to give agility function to its transport and carry to another place. So PPMS also provide the patient vital sign, and then during the handover between ambulance and ER. So this will reduce the time consumed for the patient condition. So the PPMS is designed at a lower cost compared with various tools in hospital. Now this also allow to be produced more so that it can put in the ambulance, in the other ambulance, I mean. So. And then for the future, this tool will increase the level ambulance utility and can help the other, maybe the ambulance from the other hospital. And also the community getting easier and doesn't have to wait long ambulance to the hospital. So the PPMS itself as a device for monitoring the patient vital sign, and also the patient vital sign including SpO2, systole, diastole, body respiratory rate, heart rate can be monitored. And also vital sign observed during the trip until arrive in the hospital of the all summary data. So actually PPMS, we use all technology respected using open source technology and software. And then open source is important to ensure the no copyright issue and law violation. Also, to contact PM will read using Linux and Raspberry Pi 4. And then all the research scheme will publish and GitHub to provide open source to another researcher. So this is the portable patient monitoring system, PPMS, we equip in the ambulance. actually consists of 3 devices, namely patient monitoring device, and Biometric PM6100, Raspberry Pi 4 data, and also thermal printer to print patient data. And then the Berry PM6100 has ability to read some of the patient vital sign, including the body temperature and so on. All data is read with the input of 3 sensors which are connected by cable to PM600. Raspberry Pi will be engine retrieving data from 6100 using Bluetooth. And then the PM6100 generates raw data in large quantity and then continue with the reprocess another request data. All this data can printed on printer when ambulance arrive in the emergency room. So the paramedic can operate this tool via their smartphone. And then the smartphone is set hotspot, then Raspberry Pi will be connected to the another equipment, then connecting Raspberry Pi will be local server automatically. And then this is the patient data privacy. I mean, actually we are not connected to the other, only to the hospital equipment. Is the Raspberry Pi for data processing, and then this PM6100 to read patient vital data. This is the storage. This is the display. And then this is the 3 sensors that can be read by PM6100. This is the sensor, measure the systole and diastole. This is the sensor for SpO2 and heart rate. And then the other for green color is PM6100. This is 4 sensor for the respiratory rate and another. This is the thermal printer. This is the sample of printout data. This is a hard case to store all device. This is the device. So this is the condition retrieve of data from patient via PM6100. And then there's the data grabbing from PM6100 to Raspberry Pi via Bluetooth. We get the configuration fetching data from Raspberry. This is the final result. So we can continue this simulation, the result, and then this testimonial, in Indonesia from the hospital doctor. So this is underway the second project we call PASTI. Actually, almost same, but we improve with the other equipment. We also got a fund from IEEE.
Hospitals, as one health service institution, are required to be able to provide safe, quality, and effective services by prioritizing the patients. We have a collaborated project between Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya and UMM Hospital with funding from the IEEE Site Special Interest Group in Humanitarian Technology for 2021. The project is Portable Patient Monitoring System, PPMS, to monitor patients' vital signs while in the ambulance to overcome needs in the emergency room. However, monitoring medical records and patients' conditions continuously and uninterrupted is very limited. It can only be used in ambulances, and it's stopped when the patient arrives at the emergency room. It cannot be used continuously for the inpatient. Based on regulation, the patient's condition history must be monitored continuously. So, PMS cannot be good. Although able to record the patient's conditions during the ambulance, it cannot be recorded in a database. The PPMS will be developed by integrating some devices to overcome this problem. The enhanced device is called a patient monitoring system with simplicity integration, or PASTI. PASTI is designed in a simple form with a compact size so that it is easy to use and can be placed in various types of ambulances and carried continuously to the emergency room and the inpatient. This device will record the patient's condition data while in the ambulance, emergency room, and the inpatient room. The data is recorded and integrated into a server database. This device is expected to speed up the patient handling process out of the patient medical record data, facilitate the implementation of patient's condition during hospitalization. In the future, this device could increase hospital efficiency because the medical record data of the patient's condition can be stored, monitored, and recorded continuously and in real time.
Okay. Actually, this extended from the PPMS, we call PASTI, and until now, actually didn't finish yet. So we also got the fund from the IEEE. And we also still collaborate with Muhammadiyah University in Malang for the hospital. And then we continue to the patient condition. And nowadays, it's decreased the condition of the COVID. So just last week I went back from Japan, and Japan also, I think the most, the pandemic in Japan is not so huge like in Indonesia. Very, very active of Japan people to all of the Japan people is very active to how to say to use masker until now, but in Indonesia the patient until now is still in some area, but activity to use the mask is not like in Japan. So I'm sorry because the party is still going to underway the preparation. We don't have any data for patients such like PPMS. Actually, we also buy maybe around 70 robots that use in several hospital and university from Sabang till Merauke, such like in Sumatra, in Padang, Andalas University, they have hospital. The robots also from ITS. And then for Sumawi and Banda Aceh, also maybe there is one or two robot. Actually, the robot we call Raisa. We use actually the robot that used for RoboCup. We have a soccer robot, and then we use that robot and we modified for requirement in hospital, such like to help to bring something, and then we used to this robot also. If all of you know about NLP, natural language processing, we kept getting involved with the other university also. So such like this, the robot, and also we use the nowadays research about the we call in the robotic Indonesian area we call thematic robot, and also included in there for digital twin. So we try to educate the people in the hospital, and we use the digital twin technology. As human being, we also need the assistive robot to help the elderly. So the research is still undergo, I think this our big experience during the pandemic, almost 2 years. Thank you very much. Maybe we are continue with the question and answer,
Yes,
Pak
Prof.
Ahmad.
All right, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Harry, for the presentation which already delivered to us. So, Prof. Harry, from PPMS to PASTI, Prof. Ya,
Yeah.
patient monitoring system with simplicity integration, and the last one who serving COVID-19 patients like nurses called Robot Raisa, Prof.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, this is really amazing. So the positive side of pandemic can make so much innovations, just like what Prof. Harry already did and being in progress, right, Prof? Okay, thank you very much for Prof. Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, from each of our place, let's have a big applause for Prof. Harry. What a great presentation and seminar. Now we are coming to the section for Q&A and a discussion with our with all of our keynote speakers. So I already list some question from some participants. Now, Dr. Ruben and also Prof. Syukor, are you still there?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. The first question is coming for Prof. Syukor. Yeah. The first question is coming for Prof. Syukor from Pak Tony Wibowo from Universitas Internasional Batam. The question is how to perform confidentiality of data and provide robust data availability in cloud computing sense by your experience, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Actually, cloud computing or traditional computing, server-based computing are all actually similar in terms of how we secure our data in terms of confidentiality and also availability. The only thing that makes things different in cloud is that we have a third party to manage our data, which could be hosted in our premise, managed by them, or can be also located remotely and managed by the third party. But I think the best thing to be aware of or to be make sure well in place in terms of cloud computing is the contract that we have between ourselves, our company, and also the third party provider. Okay. Because when we go through the contract, we will understand what could be provided by the third party provider in terms of availability and confidentiality of our data, because we are relying on them to secure on our data in cloud services. Okay, and understanding their ability, their disaster recovery plan, their terms and conditions in the contracts are very much important in cloud computing. The rest are similar. The way we protect our data in server, in our physical computing is similar to cloud. It's just a matter of now we transfer our responsibility to the third party, and the contract is the main key here in cloud computing. Okay, I hope I answered the question.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Syukor. One more question for you, Prof.
Yeah, sure.
For Prof. Syukor from Pak Eka Puji from Universitas Multidata Palembang. Prof, what is your opinion on quantum computing, which just booming recently? Is it gonna pose a threat for biometric security generally?
Well, it's very interesting questions. We're talking about quantum computing, the power of quantum computing in breaking up crypto algorithms and system. But then if we talk about security in general, there is no one bulletproof mechanisms to secure our data. There is always a threat from day to day, and cloud computing is not an exception. With quantum computing, we have extra resources that could actually capable to break our encryption algorithms or mechanisms a bit faster compared to traditional computing. But again, what has been claimed by a practitioner or by the the provider of this cryptography system nowadays, there is no proven scenario yet to show that current crypto system that we have nowadays is broken. Of course, there are a few incidents which is due to the lack of key being used, the improper management of keys and such. But the algorithm itself is still intact, is still capable to withstand quantum computing capabilities. Yes, Faris?
Okay. Well, thank you, Prof. Syukur. So, Pak Eka is one of our friends here from Universitas Multidata Palembang. Recently, he is always talking about the quantum
yeah.
computing. Okay, thank you, Prof. Syukur. Now, question for Dr. Ruben. It's coming from Mr. Arifin from Malaysia. Dr. Ruben, where should the data source used to conduct data analysis in election cases come from? Where should the data sources used to conduct data analysis in election cases come from at this time? Because today there are a lot of buzzers on social media as a noise about the data analytics. I put the question also on the chat area. Yeah, that's the question from Mr. Arifin. Come to us. So, where should the data source used to conduct data analysis in election cases coming from?
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Ahmad, for that important question. So, the answer in my mind is really depends. It depends on which country you are in. So Philippines, as I know, that actually a lot of election campaigns and data come from Facebook. Philippines is quite interesting case because Facebook is actually pre-installed in all mobile phones. So Facebook essentially is the gateway to the internet, and a lot of narratives, a lot of talk are typically on Facebook. So Facebook, I would say, so in Philippines, I would say when it comes to the elections, majority of all these communications are on Facebook. I've done some work also in Argentina. Argentina also has quite a similar case as in the Philippines. A lot of work is done on Facebook. In fact, when I was conducting a session for the Argentinian government, they were quite interesting because they thought that, most of the government communications we have are actually on the government's website. And because so much activity is actually on Facebook, at that time, the Argentinians were actually thinking whether they should do a lot more government communications on Facebook rather than, on government websites. So I think when it comes to elections, I think it depends. The US is actually one of the most mature markets when it comes to data on elections. They have very good historical election records. But I think something to caution also is the ethics around this. You may have heard of the Cambridge Analytica case, where a lot of data not consented were harvested about psychographic data along with other data that you get on Facebook. So Cambridge Analytica actually managed to harvest things like that without the consent of people. So I think there's this. So there are a lot of possibilities, but I think there are also certain safeguards that we need to put in place. And I think with regard to some of these safeguards, I think we should really do some sort of regional block sort of regulation. So instead of individual countries negotiating the regulatory frameworks or thinking of regulatory frameworks with some of these technology companies, I think we in ASEAN should band together, like how the European Union have done as a bloc. So I think if we regulate in a bloc, we negotiate with these big tech companies in a bloc, I think we will be more successful in safeguarding our data.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ruben. Actually, we have another question for Prof. Harry, but looks like Prof. Harry coming to his class because he need to teach right now. So I'm asking your opinion, Dr. Ruben and also Prof. Shukor, according to this question from Mr. Ahmad from Morocco. The question is about what research is being conducted by Prof. Harry. The pandemic will be coming to an end, and the condition now going decrease and decrease. Some countries already make decisions like mask freedom. They don't wear masks anymore. Some countries already state no more COVID and other things. In this condition, is it still relevant to conducting research in terms of pandemic, like what Prof. Harry is being did, like what we already heard in his presentation? What's your opinion, Dr. Ruben and Prof. Shukor? Maybe Dr. Ruben can go first.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmad, for that important question. My view is that it is really important still, even though this current COVID-19 pandemic it's almost coming towards its tail end, but we don't know when the next pandemic will come. So I think we just need to learn from this current pandemic to be stronger for future pandemics. And these pandemics, I think, are going to come, unfortunately, more often. The cycles between pandemics, I think they are closing, just like how our stock market cycles. Last time it used to be all spread out. Now it's actually really close. In fact, I think a lot more work needs to be done to review how we have responded to the pandemic, not just in terms of technological solutions, but in the issues of social cohesion and trust. In some of our studies around the world, we found out that the governments that were more successful or countries that were more successful in managing a pandemic had a strong trust between the citizens and governments. But trust cannot be built overnight. So I think these are things to think about from a social fabric perspective, from a trust perspective. We need to think about what governance structures we want to put in place now so that we will hopefully be better prepared when it comes to the next pandemic in terms of preparation and saving lives.
All right. What a great point of view. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Ruben. Now, Prof. Shukor, how about you, Prof? What's your opinion?
I was thinking the same thing, because what happened now when we are facing the COVID-19, we are not actually ready with anything. We are caught red-handed. But now people are developing or proposing solutions, even though COVID is, passing away. But we never know when is the next pandemic is. And getting ready with whatever we have now is crucial for future. So I think nothing in research is irrelevant. Okay, there is always, the development of new knowledge that we can actually benefit from the research. Yeah.
Okay. So if another pandemic coming, but hopefully it won't. if another pandemic coming, we already have the Iron Man, the Hulk, the Captain America. We already have the medicine and any other thing that already started with research first. So thank you for the answer, Dr. Ruben and Prof. Shukor. Prof, we get another question for you, Prof. Shukor. This is the follow-up from your previous answer from Mr. Tony Wibowo from Universitas Internasional Batam. relying on the third party is somehow the advantage and disadvantages of data security. We have no power to prevent such data leak if the provider do not held up the contract. And this could even happens to a AAA corporation. Facebook had been breached before, Google as well, Microsoft as well, Amazon as well. And those are now the provider of cloud that we are respected and trusted. So what's your opinion regarding that, Prof. Syukur? Because data leaks happens and financial penalties sometimes are not enough to fix the damage that are being done.
Yeah,
This is interesting, Prof.
yeah, very interesting. But the answer is already inside the questions. The data leak will still happen no matter who are actually behind the solutions. We have big giants companies, okay, who are actually responsible to provide cloud services, but then data leaks still happen, right? But now it is up to our, our due diligence, whether we want to subscribe to cloud service or we want to have our own data center on cloud. Depending on the importance of the data that we would like to host on the cloud. Okay, so we have to decide economically whether to host the data online and have it at the responsibility of the third party to safeguard the data, or we have to invest on our own data center, which is resided on cloud, so that no matter happen, we are actually in in the place to protect the data. So again, we can't actually stop data leak from happen. And if the Facebook or the Microsoft or the Google cannot honor their contract, we can always go to the legal to sue them and such. But again, as mentioned, the data is already leaked. We already lost the data financially, and also and maybe we lost to our competitors. But again, as I mentioned, it is up to us, to the company, to decide when based on the importance, based on the economic impact of the data that you want to store on cloud. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Ruben, do you have any comments about that?
Okay, Prof. Syukur, I think gave a really, really good answer. My thought is that sometimes when it comes to data leaks, I mean, just in organizations as a whole, not just these big tech organizations, sometimes there's also a behavioral dimension to it.
Yeah.
So it's not just an external attack. Sometimes it could be insider threats and things like that. So I think we want to consider taking a more preventive approach. Back in the day, I used to do insider threat detection to analyze who are more at risk, for example. So some of these predictive models may help. The other thing is pretty much behavioral. Sometimes data are lost, systems are compromised because of the different behaviors of people. Singapore now, just to give an example, within the public service, there's now an air gap. So if I use a computer in government, I cannot surf the internet. In the past, when I used to be able to surf the internet, sometimes people see thumb drives around. They're very curious. They just poke it into their computer. That's how things get in, you see. So I think it's this different cyber hygiene factors that sometimes we want to make people more aware of, so that over time, not just systems are stronger, but our behaviors enable a stronger system as well.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ruben and Prof. Syukur. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last discussion for us in our seminar today. So we would like to say thank you very much one more time for our amazing keynote speakers today, Prof. Syukur Abdul Razak, Dr. Ruben NG, nice guy. Am I right, Doctor? Yeah, and also
Sure.
and also from Harry, who already left because he need to teach at this time. So from each of our place, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a very big applause for all of our keynote speaker. One more time, we are thanking you very much, and we hope this is not the last time we collaborating each other. We met, although this is in an online condition. Maybe next time we can meet again, maybe in Indonesia or in Singapore or in Malaysia or in any other places. So thank you very much for Prof. Shukor and also Dr. Ruben and also Prof. Harry. So ladies and gentlemen, now this is a time for us to have a break for a moment. We will coming back to the parallel session on 1 o'clock p.m. So don't go anywhere. After this, please coming back again on this room to have our parallel session still in the second international conference on advanced information technology and communication. But before we break, please open up all of your camera. Let's have a photo session together with our keynote speakers, and the committee will take the screenshot for all of us. So would you please, all the participants, to open all of your camera, and the documentations committee be ready to take to capture our photo. All right. Okay, we can start. Let me count until 3 and take the photo. 1, 2, 3. All right. The next photo for the second pages, yeah, because we have 5 pages here. Now the second page, be ready. I'm counting on 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, thank you very much. Now coming to the third page. I'm counting on 3. 1, 2, 3. The fourth and the fifth page still closing all the cameras. So one more time, thank you very much, and be ready for the parallel session. One more time, thank you for our amazing keynote speakers. Thank you for Universitas Internasional Batam and Institut Teknologi dan Bisnis Asia Malang as our co-host, and also our supporter from Goodwood Conference. I am Faris. As the last time for this seminar, I'm saying goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Prof. Shukor.
So welcome back to all the participant and presenter. We please you to join the breakout room that already divided right for the presenter. And for the participant, you need to choose based on your interest in the topic you're interested in, and the topic you can see on the drive, the link drive that we already share on the chat Zoom. If you had any trouble or question, you can directly chat on this Zoom. Thank you and enjoy the parallel session. Thank you. Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we get to the last session in this event, that is announcement for the best paper. So without any further ado, let's announce for the winner. We will announce for the third first. So the third winner, the title of the paper is Clustering Countries According to the Logistic Performance Index. Congratulations to Muhammad Mujia Ulhaq from Universitas Diponegoro. And then we will jump to the second winner. Give applause for the third winner. And then we will jump to the second winner, with the title of research is Information Visualization Application Design by Descriptive Statistical Method. Congratulations to Sulistiawati and team from Universitas Dinamika. Give applause everyone for the second winner. And now we will announce for the first winner. For the best paper, congratulations to Jimmy Jan and team with the paper Distance Correlation Based Regression Tree Algorithm for Structural Damage Detection from Universitas Widya Dharma Pontianak. So give applause for all the winners. Congratulations for all the winners. And we jump to our last session. As the master of ceremony, I would like to say thanks to our incredible speaker, the committee, and the participants also presenter entirely. May what we had conducted will be useful for us in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, if in guiding this event I made mistakes or offend someone here, please forgive me and thank you very much. See you in the next conference. Congratulations to all the winners again. And lastly, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And see you later.